Hmm. A prosecutor is one who seeks the conviction of a defendant. However, I don't believe that's all we are. Those are the words of one Miles Edgeworth. Hello, everybody. Court is back in session, except we are not going to be going back to courts. We're going to be doing some investigations instead while we get to arguments and use our profound logic to bring out the facts and to discover the truth. Yes. I know it's quite odd, but that's just the way it is. Hello there to IMET. Hi. So, it's that time again. It's another month has passed, and I have been looking forward to revisiting this entry. Now, I've already played through this game once, years ago, when it came out, when it first came out, in America at least. Yeah, so this is Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. This was the fifth game released in the Ace Attorney series, as it's called now. Well, it's not just called Phoenix, right? It's because like they moved away from Phoenix, right, in the first three games, and then the fourth game came out. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and ooh, boy, did that game almost that game put a real dent in you know I've already said my piece about Apollo Justice. So this game came out after Apollo Justice, and I feel like this game was damage control. At least I want to believe that. While this game didn't do so well, in America, it did pretty well in Japan. Too bad we didn't get the second game until now. As in, there is a sequel to Ace Attorney Investigations, Prosecutor's Gambit, which, by the way, I am looking forward to playing that next month. I'd never played it before because, yeah, at the time, they didn't release it in the West due to poor sales of this game that I'm playing in the West, in America. I mean, it was cool that somebody picked up the slack and, they translated it. I could have had several opportunities to play the translated version of it, but I couldn't be bothered. I I was a little iffy on emulating DS at the time because I liked playing like on my DS, and I wanted to play that on my DS, but whatever. Fast forward to the here and now. This wonderful collection came out, and thanks to this collection, Prosecutor's Gambit is on here. So it's thanks to this wonderful collection, the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, I'll be able to play that, fully translate it in English, which is awesome. But that's enough about Prosecutor's Gambit. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this game that I'm playing. So this is Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth, and yeah, this came out in 2010, originally on the DS. They also brought it out to iOS and Android, and this is the fifth game in the Ace Attorney series. Oh, and by the way, this game is set between the events of the third and fourth games of the series, as in, this takes place between the events of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the third game, and Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. But hey, but Dialing it back a little to Apollo Justice, I'm glad that, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I'm glad those were a thing. I mean, sure, they brought back Phoenix Wright, but I'm glad they gave, a little bit of character and backstory to Apollo Justice himself, because I think he was a good character. I actually like Apollo, except, his first debut, his first outing, ugh, it was a bit of a mess. But hey, that's over with. And Apollo is thriving. We're still waiting for, the inevitable, would like an eighth game, but I'm not going to talk about that. And man, I gotta say, the last 2 months, I really enjoyed playing the great Ace Attorney games. I was so happy to finally play those games, and more importantly, I streamed those games and showed you all my first time reactions and playing through that game the first time. Both games. And I love that cast. And I wouldn't mind if they even made a third game. Loved Renosuke, loved Susato, best, hands down, best assistant. Loved Herlock Sholmes. He was freaking great. Iris was awesome. Baroque von Zieks is probably, I think he's finally moved up to my favorite prosecutor, not named Miles Edgeworth. I think I might like him a little bit more than Simon Blackwell, but no, Blackwell's still awesome. Like, they are like this close to each other for me in my prosecutor late ratings list. But anywho, back to this game I'm playing. So, yeah, Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. It was directed by Takeshi Yamazaki. No direct involvement by Shu Takumi. Um, this was codenamed New Gyakuten not Saiban prior to its official announcement. It's a significant departure from the aforementioned past games, most notably in the fact that there are no playable trials. And the game follows the prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, as he investigates various crimes. The investigation trial paradigm that defined the previous games have been revamped. Investigations have been made more interactive, with the player now able to move Edgeworth's sprite around the crime scene instead of using a cursor, and with the logic feature added in by which deductions concerning facts can be made. Trials have been replaced with arguments, and transitions between investigations and arguments are more seamless than with investigations and trials because it all happens on the spot. So, yeah, while previous games in the series focused on defense attorneys, Ace Attorney Investigations has a player control prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, who investigates five cases that tie together to form an overarching story about a smuggling ring. The game consists of investigative phases in which the player investigates crime scenes and search for evidence, rebuttal phases in which they confront other characters to hear what they think had happened, and the player is able to use evidence to find contradictions in the character statements to get closer to the truth. So, the game was specifically designed to be different from previous Ace Attorney titles, with a larger focus on the environment. The development team, get this, they originally considered using Emma Sky, a character from the earlier games in the series, as the lead character, but they used Miles Edgeworth instead because of his popularity. I mean, dude, Emma's good, but she's not Miles Edgeworth good. You all saw how great Miles Edgeworth is. They aim to have players be immersed in the game and feel like they are Edgeworth, as opposed to previous Ace Attorney games, where they felt players merely could identify with the lead characters. So to do this, they included direct control of Edgeworth and a gameplay element that involves connecting his thoughts. So yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm sorry, Chuckman. If it was within my power, I would have make it so. But sadly, I do not have that power, my friend. You're just in time. I just got done, saying what this game is all about. So this game takes place in between Trials and Tribulation and Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, which is, the third and fourth game in the series. And yeah, so this game's gonna be cool. It's awesome. I like it. It's been so long. It has been so long since I played this one. So this is gonna be a really fun revisit for me. I'm sure there were maybe a few details I might have forgotten, but we'll see. Like I said, this is great because it's thanks to this collection. Next month, I'll be able to play the sequel I never got to play. Because reminder, I said I let you all know long ago that when I was replaying this series, the only games I haven't played were the two great Ace Attorney games, which I did 2 months ago. I did the first game 2 months ago, and the previous game last month. And now I'm replaying this game, and then next month is Prosecutor's Gambit. I can't wait. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be great. All right, now then, I'm gonna load up the game, or rather, well, I'm loading up the collection. But in the collection is the games. Yeah, I'm so glad I have all of the series in one spot. All right, I already installed it yesterday, and I already you know, I saw a few things in the options. You'll just release Quarter Brand instead. Huh. All right. Screen capture. All right. So today I'm just going to be doing just the first case. The first case won't be that long. It's it's just going to be there's just a beginning and an end. There's two parts. That's all. Chess pieces. Ooh. Ah, yes. Man, this sounds good. This menu music. I remember Riley saying he was jamming out to this. So let's check our options. All right. Audio. Perfect. Wait, I could play with an arranged soundtrack? And the original? Oh, select the soundtrack to use as the in-game background music. I kind of want to play just with the original, maybe. I didn't know this had an arranged soundtrack. All right. So I'll play with the original. And look, I get to change the look of the in-game characters. They don't look chibi to me. So that's the old pixel art from the DS. I think I want to play with the HD look. I mean, I've been consistently, because the previous games I played were all HD, so I'll leave that alone. Oh, voices. English, French, German, Korean, Chinese Mandarin, Japanese. Okay, I'll leave that alone. And this is perfect. I left that all alone. What's this? Run style. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave all this alone. I'm gonna have to listen to the arranged soundtrack on my spare time. But yeah, I want to keep it original for now. All right, here goes. I have the choice between playing the first game, which I'll be playing, and next month for the first time. I can't wait to play Prosecutor's Gambit because I heard nothing but great things about it. And yes, I get to play as Grumpy again, as you say. All right. Okay. Here goes. Case one, Turnabout Visitor. Oh. What? Everything old is new? Oh, that's cute. Episode 1, Turnabout Visitor. March 14th, 1:16 a.m. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me, no matter what the cost. Oh no. Wow, they showed the supposed killer. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m., prosecutor's building, 12th floor hallway. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Hmm, the door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? Hmm, what's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Identify yourself. Shut up. Hmm, you've got some nerve. Committing murder in the prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one. What? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. Okay. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home, after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases and some very frantic, busy days. March 14th, 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Look, this is a brand new perspective of Edgeworth's office. Look, he's got a steel samurai statue there. Oh, and look, there's that Prosecutor's Award. That same award from the fifth case from the first game, except it's a little broken. We know why. And look, that's Edgeworth's old outfit, the same outfit he wore when he faced off against Mia Fey back in case 3-4 of Trials and Tribulations. Yeah. All right. March 14th, 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I finished photog I finished I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Are you okay, sir? Gumshoe. Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Nick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. He's got, and we get to see most of everyone's same animations from the first couple of games, except we see them, in a sideway view. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However, look what they did to your office. It's totally trashed. I'll say. The culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa, sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed to my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Headstrong Edgeworth. Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. Facts and leads! We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur? In my office? Crime scene. Crime scene, my office. Is it really coincidence that the murder took place in my office? I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office? The office key. For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic! Logic? By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So how do you use it? First, I recall the information we've gathered with left bumper, and then I connect them together with Y button. Now, to use left bumper and recall the facts. Oh, snap. So, crime scene. We connect my office with the office key. And then we connect them like a puzzle. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? The killer's goal. Why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray away from the truth as well. But if I think carefully, before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started for our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. Begin investigation. High Prosecutor's Office is room 1202. The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply use A when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use Y, okay? I'll give you great precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Again, I would not have mind if they did like Ace Detective Dick Gumshoe. I would like that as a spin-off title too. Get to it, Capcom, and any writers out there. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. It's so good. I love this. So look, I get to move around with Edgeworth, and Gumshoe, he gets to follow. He gets to run with me. So let's see. You called, sir? Notice anything? Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe? Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation's just gotten started, so I guess there's not much else to say. So, were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately, upon my return, I found my office door to be unlocked. And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair. Ouch, that's rough. Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective. Sorry, sir. Aww. About investigating. I assume you understand how to conduct investigations, Detective Gumshoe. Of course, sir. Examine anything, everything with A button. By checking various things out, we can gather all sorts of evidence and information. You can see the evidence we collected with right bumper. For information and leads, it's left bumper. That's it. Great job, sir. Deductive reasonable is the way to go. It's called deductive reasoning, detective. Clearly something you lack. It's so mean. Oh look, prosecutor's badge. Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Your prosecutor's badge is really tiny compared to my police badge. Oh, but it's really cool, sir. Much, much cooler than my badge could ever be. There's no need to suck up to me, detective. The victim in this case, why was he killed in my office? Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective at the local precinct, in charge of the initial investigation. Okay. All right. Is this yet another batch of flowers? The ones that come with a card attached every month like clockwork for you? Yup. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy. Wendy! Which Wendy? Totally not Wendy Oldbag. Do you know any other Wendy in the series? Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns. Wendy, isn't that the name of that old lady with the whiny voice that's stuck? That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. Yes, I have been playing these games for the past few months. I'm pretty good at this type of thing too myself. You might say I'm a jack of all trades. Alright. Well, it's a good thing my Steel Samurai doll was spared any harm. Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again? Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai. And his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo and the Nickel Samurai. Along with the deluge of merchandise. Even a new stage show gives its presence. You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabbit fanboy? Of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return to the investigation. Oh, Edgeworth, you also like the Steel Samurai. Stop hiding it. Oh, it's your trophy, the, Knight of Prosecutors, right? King of Prosecutors. And it's not a trophy, it's a shield. They only send this to the winning prosecutor, right? Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself. That's so slick, sir. I'm gonna have to try saying that sometime. Unfortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. How is it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Well, I never. It's been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I missed you. It's so tiny that it looks newer than when I first brought it. Yeah, that thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous. Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, detective. My job is to protect your office, sir. And you did such a good job protecting it, that a murder occurred in it. That's harsh, sir. I have to admit, the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Aw, have a heart. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet, there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on this sofa. That thing looks a million times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest. You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end. Even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off. uh, I love this. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. Hmm, that killer is going to pay. This tea set. Yikes, you're really bad over this. This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be brought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck. What? Now I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks. Oh my god. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Ooh. There's nothing of interest here. I don't believe it. I packed those files on these shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off. But just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Signs of a struggle. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. And I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day, every Saturday, I come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? This is Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. It's a spin-off of the Ace Attorney series. This game takes place in between the third and fourth game, Trials and Tribulations and Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Your files all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I water the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place till it sparkled. Does he have a life? Yes, it's in a collection. It's in the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. It's got 2 games in it. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yup. And until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Crime scene notes jotted down in my organizer. Crime scene notes. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found at around 2:05 a.m. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I went to re-examine a piece, I have but to press right bumper to open my organizer. But the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. So, This game is the fifth game in the series, by the way. This game came out after Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, the fourth game. Oh, and look, you get to walk around, you get to see Edgeworth and his partner, Big Gumshoe. This is how the investigations are performed. This came out back in 2010. And this collection came out back in 2024, 2 years ago. And I'm really excited to play the second game soon, because I never got to play it, because at the time they didn't translate Prosecutor's Gambit, which is the sequel to this game, in English, because this game, at least in America, it didn't sell so well, but it still sold pretty well in Japan. So I am excited to play the second game next month. This is my second time ever playing this one. It has been a good number of years since I last played it. So it's been nice. And I did play both of the great Ace Attorney games last month for the first time ever. I love doing those. And I'm saving the best for last, naturally. Alright. Now I'm gonna check the wallet. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey. I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinky dink. Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Faith. Oh. His name was Buddy Faith, and he was a detective. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. Victim was a detective. According to his badge and ID, Buddy Faith was a precinct detective. All right. Yep. So be sure to get this one when it goes on sale. Or just, don't forget to get this collection. I don't believe it. I packed those files on these shelves so tight that not even an earthquake can make them fall off. But just look at them. Oh, that's good. This rate, the rest of the files won't be able to stand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. But once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Alright. Okay, the check mark indicates that I have checked everything. Oh wait, I haven't checked this yet. Oh wait, it's blue. That means there's nothing there. There's nothing of interest here. There's the Phoenix Wright Ace. Hold on, I got you. There's the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and this game collection I'm playing, Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. Also, don't forget there's another game by the creators of this game. It's not really connected to the Ace Attorney series, but it was made by the creator, Shu Takumi. I'll be playing this sometime in October. Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective. I've always wanted to play that game. I'll be saving that for October. The only thing I know about it is there's also another dog in it named Missile. So there's a dog named Missile in the first game you could take along with you in case 1-4. He was a Shiba Inu, and Missile is a Pomeranian in that one. Yes, same developer, the same team that made Ace Attorney. The director Shu Takumi, he made that game. Ghost Trick. Let me double check one more thing. All right, and now I continue. Hello there, Sherry Boberi. You had a rough. Oh, boy, had a rough night. You see. Yeah. Silly running wild, did ya? I mean, I know they showed silhouettes, but I don't think the silhouette matched with that individual of that emote that you posted. And also, this takes place between Trials and Tribulations and Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, the third and fourth game of the series. That man is already behind bars. Unless... I don't know. Anyway. That's too good. Well, Sherry, it does look like he did have a rough night, but don't know about the bloodstains. He may have even already be dead, and his ghost comes back for revenge? Get out of town. I don't know about that. All right. Yeah, I'm having a good one. It's that time of the month. It's that time of the month of going through another Ace Attorney game, and I've been consistent with that. And I've been, because this is going to lead up to next month, where I'll be playing the sequel. I never got to play the sequel, Prosecutor's Gambit. I'm really excited for that one. All right. Okay. So, and this is my second time ever replaying this one. I haven't played this since the year it came out, 2010 in America. All right. Okay, so far we got crime scene notes and the prosecutor's badge. We now know that the victim's name is Buddy Faith, a detective in his precinct, and the victim. Why was he killed by office? Yes, any time is a good time for Ace Attorney, for sure. Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective at the local precinct, in charge of the initial investigation. Alright, I've checked this entire area here. I like that there's like 8 different directions for each of the sprites. I also like that I could play in the... Oh, hold on. I wonder if I could do this in the middle of playing. Hang on. Oh, hold on. I'm going to keep it to original. Can I switch this on the fly, I wonder? Ah, never mind. Okay, I can't switch between the HD and pixel sprites. I have it on the HD. So that's fine. Okay. It's all good. Alright. Okay. Let's check the gun on the floor. Oh, wait. Let's check this here. Ouch, they even knocked over your chess set. I had it all set up, ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. No, I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Gumshoe? Checkers? Is a lot more simpler than chess. I think chess is a lot more complex. I think anybody that knows the difference between both checkers and chess knows that. I mean, checkers is a little bit more easier to understand, I think. You know? But it can still be, it can still be a pretty advanced game too, you know? I think chess is pretty cool. I've never played chess myself, but I've always found it interesting to me. And I also love the play of words of human game of chess. Yeah, because I don't know, there's a lot of thinking involved for chess. Chess allows for recovery. And then checkers is like, you know, red versus blue. Red versus black. You got your rooks, you got your bishops, you got your kings and queens and knights. Let's check the gun on the floor. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. Your first move may be your last in checkers. I believe that. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. This is the same Gumshoe we're talking about, who was willing to show Pearl, at the time, an 8-year-old, hey, wanna see this? It's a real pistol. Something like that. I forgot the line. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. Revolver, found at the crime scene. It's the same model as those used by precinct detectives. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Alright, so I have gathered and examined every single thing in the prosecutor Edgeworth's office, and just like that, he said that now it is time to use the power of logic. Oh, but before I do, you called, sir? The info I've gathered. I seem to have picked up a few good leads. Oh, so now you're gonna do that thing that you do with all that information, right? What are you babbling about? The brainy thing you were talking about just a few minutes ago, sir. Logic. You said that you could look at all of your leads and info by pressing left bumper. Then you pick the ones that seem related with A and connect them with Y. That's your way of investigating, right, sir? Yes, which is why this exercise in explaining my own method to me was unnecessary. Okay, and how about I explain my logic to you next? That is even more unnecessary! Gumshoe logic, oh no. I'm just a lonely detective, sir. I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to arrest it. Is that the only talent you have? Oh, wait. You can't arrest the evidence, gumshoe. Silly person. Anyway, it's logic time, everybody. Now then. Now we need to connect what we know so far with the power of logic. So we take the revolver. And the victim was a detective. Found at the crime scene, same model as those used by priests and detectives. And according to this badge and ID, Buddy Faith was a priest and detective. And now we connect it. The revolver, the standing model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What do we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. Right there. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Victim's revolver. Data jotted down in my organizer. It could be assumed that this gun is the murder weapon. It was issued to the victim. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use right stick to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use left bumper and right bumper to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. Alright. Look at that. Alright, let's check the barrel. It looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wresting the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Ott. Jim! Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Dude, did you not see the bloodstains? Sure. Just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I'm Jacques Sportsman, prosecutor. I'm gonna get this out of the way. So, Jacques Portsman, his English name is probably a corruption of Jock Sportsman. Yes. Jock Sportsman. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office? Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Wasn't his name Buddy? Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them, and only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Ho 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 ho. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal, you got it all wrong. Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know? Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then, it's your room after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir! I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner Jim. Aw. That's... sad. I should probably give them some space. Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Jim, I swear I'll find your killer and bring them to justice. You wait and see. It'll be for the both of us. Now then, you want to talk to me about something? No, that's alright. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. How is it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. This picture is too important to mess up. I'll leave the man to his art. Victim's revolver. It looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so they killed... Okay. Alright, we know... To think that it's so easy to take a life with just a pull of a trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false start, detective. Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Okay. There's nothing else left to check on the revolver. The victim's gun, huh? It's the same model as mine. A tool used to protect lives, yet one that can also take lives away. Those who take a gun in hand wield a great responsibility. I hope you understand that. I don't really use my gun at all, sir. The only time I would use this baby is when I'm fighting a hot duel with a convict and Nook Oaks are cool. You were doing so well until that last bit. Jacques Sportsman, a high prosecutor with this prosecutor's office. It's my first time speaking with him. Alright. He's 29. So was Buddy Fave. Okay. I think we can finally leave the office now. Or, oh wait, let me check to the left here. Ah, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm sorry to sound like him. He's referring to Phoenix, right? His BFF, his best pal. Aww. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. With the power of logic! When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence, or seems off, that's when my detective skills come into play. Deduction! Sherlock Holmes. But this was created way before Great Ace Attorney, for the record. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Oh, you know. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press Y with conviction. The deduce button! When something seems off, it was probably gnomes. Probably. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. So basically, we see the bullet hole, and we just combine it with a piece of evidence. In this case, the revolver. Eureka! Eureka! And that's a new soundbite for Edgeworth. Eureka! Eureka's Castle! Eureka's Castle. I love that show. Eureka! This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? No, it shall not. Anyway, what do you mean, sir? When am I going to add sound commands? Never. I do things my way. Everybody else does things their way. I thought about adding that, you know, just for something I guess the chat can play with, but see, I guess I want to say I'm all business here. I go live, do my little introduction, tell you what game that I'm playing, what it's all about. I go into deep lore. I play a game. I talk with chat. I would see them as a distraction to me, so to speak. I mean, it's not like it's written that, see, I get it. I get it. I know I can keep it to a limit, but nah. I've been doing this for the past 2 years. No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know how I feel. And I think I've been doing rather fine. Like I said, it's how I do things. And every now and then, I can always just pull up one of my MP3s or a vid or something if I wanted to be like, going to theatrics. Yeah. Anywho. And I don't know. I don't want to be too full of myself if I added my own sound commands. I know some other people do, you know. Not I'm saying like they do it for entertaining, but that's just not the way I do things. It has to be in the moment. But anywho, let us continue. Special sound command stream? No. That sounds like I'll be just doing a just chatting stream, be like, I'm just gonna sit here and play with sound commands while I chat with stream. No. I'm all about the video games around here. And then I also toyed with the feeling of, hey, maybe I'll just sit here and just chat while I listen to like random music. I don't know. Nah, I'm just about games here. Anywho, I'm gonna go back to gaming. That's right. I game here. I come in, play games, beat games, repeat. Video games have all sorts of sound effects installed already. They do, Sherry. And then they can be heard elsewhere. Redemptions and timers pre-planned. Anywho. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. And the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of those 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? Another handgun? Other than the victim's gun that I found, could there be another gun in play here? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, that. It's a secret safe. That's a secret safe. Oh, I smell money. I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. So when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Secret safe. Data. Jotted down by organizer. Each prosecutor has one in their office. Only they know of them. Trial evidence use. I want to rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This music. I never knew there was a safe hidden back here. Well, if detectives knew about them, then they wouldn't be secrets now, would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking at for them. So there's no like hidden camera around, right? And what if there was? Ah, no, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? And I also feel like I think I'm entertaining enough, so I don't need to add any more extra fluff. Now this is odd. You found something, sir. You found something, sir. This keypad. Don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not in the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Wiped fingerprints. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. Secret safe data updated in my organizer. Each prosecutor has one in their office. Only they know of them. Prints were wiped. As I thought, it appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Edgeworth is too much, and this is how he rolls. It's so good. Alright then. Let's talk to Gumshoe real quick. Okay. Show him the safe. I had no idea you had one of these things. I mean, I thought I knew everything there is to know about you, Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like I've caught a glimpse of the hidden side of Miles Edgeworth. There's a great deal you don't know about me. At least I hope so. Oh, man. Alright. It's logic time. Now then. Let us... We're going to connect the killer's goal. With wiped fingerprints. We shall connect them. I believe I have figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. Motive. Theft? The culprit tried to open my safe. Was the killer's motive theft? I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Alright. Signs of a struggle. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. Motive and theft. The culprit tried to open my safe. Was the killer's motive theft? There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm gonna show files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Huh? Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. It's true, everybody. It's sad. This is sad but true. It's just hard to move on. You know? Alright. We're gonna move on from this text box now. Edgeworth just has a way of words. All we can do is search for the truth. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Alright. So... Well. What do we have here? Let's examine. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in the files spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. Then I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way? Alright. Let's check the blood. It appears that the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. The killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. The blood in this guy's pants proves that pretty well. In a sense, I suppose. See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. There are prints on the floor too. Those must have been made when unable to stay standing. He dropped to the floor. We'll put them all back just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing. Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. So, what we do here is we look at the bullet hole and we shall deduce right now. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? It sure does. The crime scene note. Right there. Eureka! There is clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. Then that means... Well, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? It will be the order of the files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha! So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly. And then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man, then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before, and once after the crime. But why? Files in disarray. The culprit rearranged my files twice. Once before, and once after the murder. Why? But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. There must be some reason as to why the victim's body was moved. But there's no time to ponder that now. Let us continue with our investigation, Detective. Roger that, sir. I'm ready to go. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically lead. And we figured out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice. Indeed, there are many things the killer did that don't make sense. But to figure out the whys, we need more information. Miss, what is that? Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood? Uh-oh. Gumshoe. I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait. There's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Stolen file. Data jotted down by organizer. Stolen file. One of the files that was written upon in blood was stolen by the culprit. Investigation complete. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough. What did you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you going to do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. Cross-examining outside of court. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with right bumper and present the piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply use why. But that's old news. But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct. And at those times, I need to press the witness with left bumper. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony. I think I got it. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Ah, yeah. Mr. Portman's logic. Argument. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? Mr. Portsman? There is no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. Of course not. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. So, even though it doesn't take place in court, you know, there's always the arguments and the rebuttal. Mr. Portman's logic. Alright. Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in by presenting him with some evidence. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Hold it!
Hold it. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Weirdo. There's a reason for that, though. I'll explain later. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to disable my shells twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe our salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but... Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive. No. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
Hold it!
And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. But thanks to that, he didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding.
Hold it!
Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal. There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. I can't say I agree with him on that point. Why don't you say something, sir? Gasp. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup for the game-finishing spike. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice.
Hold it!
Are you saying that those letters were intended for you?
Yep.
Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. It looks like Mr. Portsman still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. Why are you sputting over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in by presenting him with some evidence. Check to Gumshoe. Alright. Alright. So. Right here. But thanks to that, he didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. We will present the evidence. Stolen file.
Objection!
Objection. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Heh, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. He's such a sportsman, with all that talk. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, might I direct your attention to the missing file. What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. Why you sweating? The files on that shelf are all but about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
It's possible they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name, where the file should be, is proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone, and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Gasp! Which means what exactly? Where does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman. Brilliant. Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Meh, you win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. Ah, but you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. Uh-oh. He's doing something with his jacket. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there is one other person with a key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there! Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal. Don't. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Oh no. Look, everybody, it's the goddess of misfortune herself, the one who always has bad luck. Of a new design, too. Wearing the blue badger shirt. Yes. She was from Case 1, from Justice for All, the second game. And she was also in Case 3 in Trials and Tribulations. You know, the waitress recipe for Turnabout, the Don T. Gray case. The Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie. Miss Bird is a security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors of this building. Maggie Bird. Gumshoe knows her when she was a police officer. Now works as a nighttime security. Whoa, what? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it. Gumshoe, you fool. No, stop it. He's only saying that because, you know, he likes Maggie. Even though she was a bit of a freaking jerk to him in Case 3, Trials and Tribulations. But then she came around and she got to eat the weenies that he made for her. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Another argument. Reason for suspicion. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Master key data jotted down in my organization. I mean, master data, master key data dotted down in my organizer. Master key. This can open every office door. Its use is controlled by security staff. Incredibly incriminating evidence. What did you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then. This is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Rebuttal. Reason for suspicion. Oh, okay. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door,
Hold it!
I thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly. It was just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first? Now, don't make that face, see? There goes the truth, running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it. I don't think you're catching my drift. Ah, but we are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I'll help you understand when I say that since she is the only one who could have opened your office door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions? Are you saying there's another way to open the door other than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else. I'll have you know, I have never made a spare. So what are you insinuating? Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. On top of which, she knows our good detectives, doesn't she?
Hold it!
Is there anyone in this district who has at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about, sir. We're holding our collective breath, you know. For when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the force. Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course not. That's hogwash. Aww. Phew, don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there. Gumshoe does so much. And I want to pretend that the Gumshoe we saw in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney was an imposter. He was so out of character in that one. Making it all that more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe. I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence. I would love to. But first, we should listen a bit more and digest what he is saying. And press him for more information. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff this time of night, and tonight, she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. but you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Of course, we need to ask for more details. Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that, Miss... I'll be the judge of that, Miss Bird, if you please. Hang on, everybody. Oh, wow. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Ha! A likely story. And where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counter-attack with a few facts of my own. Her intent, from the messed up shelves to the wiped down safe, I'd say thievery.
Hold it!
I concur that the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery. However, glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me. However, with regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe, hey, good thinking. Asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence? We will present the secret safe. We will present the secret safe on this statement.
Objection!
Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Yeah! I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But 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 she could have found it by accident, while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? I. Curses! Why? What made you? What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's it's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means. Yeah, I know. I had only just told him, too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probable, Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was a thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird. Excuse me. I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Ah! Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? No, he doesn't. Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. Ah, but I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now. Ha ha! Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you can remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be more grateful. Hmm. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me. You hear? To be continued. Oh, and apparently this game has a good couple amount of bad endings. So if I were to fail that argument there, Portsman arrests Maggie, claiming victory for Jim's soul. And before Edgeworth could speak, Portsman says that no one would listen to him, and the case gets closed right there. I was thinking of maybe showing off all the bad endings as I was playing along, but I'm like, nah. I think I'll do that on my own time. I did see a video compilation of it, but that compilation also has spoilers for Prosecutor's Gambit, so I'm not even gonna check it out. There's a listing of them too. I can look up the rest of the listing afterward for this case. Let's save our progress for now. And hold on. Oh, that's my autosave up there. All right. All right then. We shall now proceed to the final part of the case. March 14th, 4:18 a.m. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. I forgot this takes place after midnight. What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then, what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Eh? Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mysteries surrounding my door. Begin investigation. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. Alright. Uno momento. Alright. I'll just, checking stuff. And yeah, I opted to play with controller. I didn't feel like using my arrow keys. Like, I can see how it's doable. It's just, I have memories of playing this on my DS. And just playing with a controller feels, I guess, right to me, in a way. Yeah. Because I was thinking, like, I could just use my controller to move around. And then during I guess some of the investigations and the cross-examinations, I could switch to my mouse and keyboard. But no, it's fine. It's all laid out well for me. Hey! Look who it is. It's this guy, everybody. What's his face? I know who he is. It's just the game doesn't really acknowledge this. Check this out. It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly, post haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. I think he's just playing along. Who is this guy again? Hey, Mario. Yes. And in all seriousness, that is Prosecutor Payne, Winston Payne, aka, as you say, is that Glass Joe? Yes. Winston Payne is the Glass Joe, of prosecutors because his arguments are so easily blown up. Like he's a tutorial prosecutor for a reason. And then his brother, gasp in pain, took over. And his brother's a lot more ruthless than Winston, that's for sure. But back then, everybody, Prosecutor Glass. But back then, Winston Payne, when he was starting out, he was known as the Rookie Crusher. The Rookie Crusher. The Rookie Crusher. But until he met Mia Fey, and he lost most of his hair. I like how they just call him Prosecutor. That's how much of a joke he is in this game. But that's Winston Payne. So there's your Winston Payne cameo. Hey Mario, welcome to Ace Attorney Investigations. Miles Edgeworth. This is the 5th game in the series. This came out after Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, which was the 4th game. And according to the timeline, this game takes place in between Trials and Tribulations, which is the 3rd game of the Phoenix Wright series, and Apollo Justice, which is the 4th game of the series. And look, I'm investigating. Like, instead of the first person, we get to investigate, and then we get evidence, and then we use our logic to connect the evidence, and then we get into arguments, which acts as cross-examination, into rebuttals. So right now, we're trying to solve something happened. A gunman murdered a detective in Miles Edgeworth's own office. He came back and he found a dead body. And we're investigating. Something happened. Then another prosecutor comes in and he finds that, yeah, his partner... Yeah, look, check this out. Buddy Faith, this is the victim. He was a detective in this precinct and the victim. Why was he killed in my own office? And this is Jock Portsman. It's a play on Jock Sportsman. And he uses a lot of sports talk. He's a very sporty prosecutor. He's a high prosecutor with this prosecutor's office. And Buddy Faith was his partner. He's also trying to find out what happened. And this is Maggie. She was a previous character in one of the previous games. She was in Justice for All, the 2nd game. And she was also in the 3rd case in the 3rd game. And we got Gumshoe. He's back. He was sorely missed. Let's talk to Gumshoe real quick. Yes, sir. Anything of interest? Detective Gumshoe, you look rather intrigued by something. Care to share? It's nothing, but I noticed that Mr. Portsman calls his partner Jim. And the detective in that Sunday night drama, All My Cops, is named Jim too. I bet one of them is a big fan of that show. You seem to know a little something about it yourself. I take it you watch it too. Of course, a tight bond of friendship between prosecutor and detective is great, sir. But it's nothing compared to the super strong friendship we have. Ho ho ho! Friendship, detective? I think you're mistaking it with pity. How can you say that, sir? And after all we've been through, too. Aw. Aw. Friendship or pity? Cool, I got an achievement for that. That's cute. For listening to Gumshoe talk in the hallway about where he thinks Jim came from. Well, I'll let you all know where Jim came from at the end of the case. Talking to witnesses. About Miss Bird. No way she's the killer. Please don't tell me you buy into that accusation, sir. Rest assured, I think she's innocent. However, I need to ask her a few things regarding her security guard question. Well, if you're only asking, That's okay. Just stand next to her and then press A button. Then you two can talk about whatever topic you pick. When you want to ask her about evidence, all you have to do is present it to her with Y button. After you choose what to show her, press Y again and off you go. You two go. I recommend showing different people different things. You'd be surprised by what they say. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. Oh, just so you know, sir, you can show me evidence in the same way too. I do believe it's time to get down to business and ask some questions of this bird. Ignored again. Aww. Let's show Gumshoe the master key. Oh wait, let's inspect the key. It's the master key to every office in the building. Okay. And there's nothing else suspicious about the key. Oh wait. Okay, that's it. Alright. Let's show the stolen file. I'm just a lonely detective, sir. I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to arrest him. Is that the only talent you have? Oh wait. Okay, he doesn't know nothing about that. I had no idea you had one of these things. I mean, I thought I knew everything there is to know about you, Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like I've caught a glimpse of the hidden side of this Miles Edgeworth. There's a great deal you don't know about me. At least I hope so. Okay, I showed him that in the previous case. Alright, let's check the... I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, look, there's something under here. Or maybe. A well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent. Talk about luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know. You would sleep even out here, detective, in a hallway. Whatever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way, me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime, to envision myself winning, naturally. Alright. It's... Isn't this that missing O-series file, sir? No doubt about it, the bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these 0 files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court files, however. The cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anybody would care about such an old case. Alright. So, interesting. Stolen 0 series file. Pages pertaining to a case tried 10 years ago by my predecessor are missing. Alright. Let's show that to Gumshoe real quick. Okay, he doesn't know nothing about it. Alright. Yeah, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. A minimalist to get classy door made of top quality wood. It's sturdily made, making it near impossible to break it in by force. It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door. Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something greater than himself. Door! Being the detective has its own rewards, and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire. I see, so you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone. Right. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. Aww. It's important to be yourself, everyone. Don't be something that you're not. I don't see any signs of forced entry. And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning that the door really was open with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Alright, so nothing to do with the... Hold on. 1202. These four numbers on a number plate alone claim this to be my office. Whoops, hey, these numbers plates slide right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plates off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although, the idea that it could be so easily removed is kind of... suspicious? Probably. Alright. There's nothing of interest here. We have checked the door. Alright. Nothing to this door. Let's check the basketball on the floor. What is a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in the hallway. Weird. Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway, this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Okay. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up to the 12th floor. This office. 1203, 1203. Hey, Maggie, whose room is this again? It's Mr. Portsman, sir. So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. Alright, let's go talk to Maggie finally. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth? You know, I won't get into it. Not now. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with Y button. I don't want to be that guy to say that D has been overused to death. But it's kind of lost its flair. And, never mind. I also kind of like when I was referred to that sometimes too. I know people elsewhere are referred to as the... I don't know. Don't mind me. I'm just musing about it. I could just be pretty moody about it. You know how I get with, memes. It's fine. Like I said, y'all can do what you want. Not my style. But it's alright. I can't really, you know... I just roll with it. We all roll with it. We deal with it. Sorry if I'm being too, about that. I just roll differently. Alright, let's talk about the victim. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I'd have loved to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I think I'd have fit in all that well with them. I don't think I'd fit in all that well with them. So, I'm just gonna get to it right now. So, the reason why he was called Jim, it could be a pun on the word gym, G-Y-M, following a similar theme to Jacques Portsman's name, being a play on Jock Sportsman. And this can also be a reference to the term Gym Buddy, because his name is Buddy Faith. And Jock Portsman likes to call him Jim. Get it? You all get it now. You're welcome, everybody. I am so glad to have, revealed that to you. But I'm going to reveal it a lot more, again, afterwards, I like to do, my little trivia. I just wanted to tell you that ahead of time. Now you all know why he's called Jim sometimes. Maggie Bird. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you're an acquaintance of the detective. She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder, and things started going downhill, so she quit. Case 1, Justice for All, the second game. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Oh. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird. Nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. She's seen stars. Oh. This badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Humph, numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Numbers. Alright. Let's present the badge. That's a prosecutor's badge, isn't it? It proves that you're really a prosecutor. Interesting. Despite all appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe. With that badge, Even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, may I please try that on just for a little bit? I don't think that would be a very good idea, do you? I guess not. On second thought, they're actually on the same level. I'm just a lowly security guard, so I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to guard it. It's like talking to another gumshoe. Instead of arrest it, I'm gonna guard it. Alright, she doesn't know nothing about those. I'm just looking for this thing I love called flavor text, everybody. Alright, we gotta show her the master key. So when did you discover that the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. I noticed it was back at around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. Well, I'm sure that between those two times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Master key was stolen. This key went missing from approximately 1 a.m. until 2:30 a.m. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key. And now we can talk to her about use the master key. What did you mean by use the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. Oh, there's her salute animation. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Yeah. What is it? That's right. I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsmouth, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. Forgetful Mr. Portsmouth. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsmouth had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him. No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsmouth to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Use the master key. This key was used to unlock and lock Portsmouth's office at 12 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Alright. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsmouth's door. Alright. Now we're gonna check the door. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's Mr. Portsmouth's personal basketball hoop. I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office and yet you still managed to get lost? It's too funny. A minimalist yet classic door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too, fits in really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's offices. Even Mr. Portsmouth seems dignified, just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. Hey, yo, janitors, I mean, they have a janitor's closet and they keep the place clean. And again, Prosecutor Payne, Winston Payne, again, the Glass Joe of prosecutors. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yup, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Bah, why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of the High Prosecutor, Detective. These doors will be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you brought it from? Alright. We checked everything here, it seems. Alright. It is time to use the power of logic. Alright. We shall take the logic of the master key was stolen and combine it with the used the master key. Put 2 and 2 together, and we come up with the logical deduction. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal! I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that. But thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right. It was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And, well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Oh boy. Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then? Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Mr. Portsman's office data, jotted down in my organizer. Miss Bird unlocked the door, but master key was stolen, so she could not lock it up. Okay. Let's talk to Maggie again, just in case. I've had to open Mr. Portsman's office up for him a number of times before. I've also had a chance to see the inside of his office on a number of occasions too. He's got shelves upon shelves of sports memorabilia, trophies, and awards in it. To the point where it's almost beyond gaudy, sir. But maybe I just feel that way because I'm jealous since I don't have even a single one. Don't say that, Maggie. I'll make a special Guard of the Month award just for you. Thanks for trying, but I've already got a mountain of consolation prizes, sir. Aww. They're proof of just how unbelievably unlucky my life has been. Plus, getting an award from you just isn't the same as getting a real award, sir. Maggie, he was just trying to be nice, man. Whatever. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright, then. We will examine the doorknob once again. The door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor, detective. These doors will be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Aha, so I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. Might I advise you return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you brought it from? That was funny. Alright. We will now deduce the doorknob. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. To Mr. Portsman's office.
Eureka!
Eureka! There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I am certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means what, sir? If either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. He opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. The prints on the doorknob. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you. Yeah, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So what did you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsman's and Mr. Fave's prints on this doorknob. So only two people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh? I'm not, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose prints should also be on this doorknob? Why, none other than Maggie Bird.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Mr. Portsman's office data updated to my organizer. Mr. Portsman's office. Miss Bird says she unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. What have we here? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's nothing of interest here. Look, it's a basketball. Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman? Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis, doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although I think it'll be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. Ho ho. That isn't the point you should be focusing on, Detective. You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad, Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean his toys up after he's done playing. I think we've reached the end of this conversation. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? That's okay, Detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I better take note of this. Basketball hoop data jotted down my organizer. Basketball hoop. It's sitting in front of Portsman's office. There are signs that it's been moved. This does look like a fun spin-off to the normal Phoenix Wright games. Yeah. Might have to try the series sometimes. By all means, play every single game in the series. This game takes place between Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, the third game of the series, and the fourth game of the series, Ace, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Yeah, play them all. The Phoenix Wright trilogy, the Apollo Justice trilogy, these two games, and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You could definitely play the first three games first. You know, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. The Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. You don't really have to play Apollo Justice, I don't think, to play this particular game. But you can also play this by itself too. The only thing that'll be lost is references. This one makes a lot of references to definitely the first three games. But yeah, go for it. These games are awesome. And then, yeah, I'm gonna try out Prosecutor's Gambit next month, which is a sequel to this game I'm playing, which I've never played before. And then sometime in October, I'm gonna try out Ghost Trick Phantom Detective in October. I've never played that before, but it's done by the same creator of Ace Attorney, Shu Takumi. The creators. Well, I know Shu Takumi did that one. Yes, it would definitely help to be familiar with the earliest titles for sure. Basketball hoop data jotted down in my organizer. Basketball hoop. It's sitting in front of Portsman's office. There are signs that it's been moved. Okay. And now we're gonna check this super obvious paper under the door. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later, buddy. It looks like a note for the victim. Yeah, it is for Mr. Portsman. Note left by victim data, jotted down in my organizer. Note left by victim, found under the door for the absent Portsman. Alright. Investigation complete. Poking around this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprits of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, As long as my logic, sorry, as long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. And it also didn't help that he was shown killing him in the cutscene beginning. But we have to find out how it happened, the how and why, and the explanation. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on Truth's door. What a line! That's awesome. Aw, snap. March 14th, 5:12 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Oh, we're back in Edgeworth's office. Mr. Portsman, I have finished processing the bloody letters, sir. All right. Let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. He actually passed it and caught it. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Whoa. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be bad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. Oh, I forgot to click on one more thing here. Not that it matters. Referring to blue sky, but whatever. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I could see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Haha! Who'd ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? Ah, yes, that's right. My mentor was Satan himself. I love that running I like that. I love that running joke. I made a little running joke here. Sort of. Not really. But I am convinced that he is Satan. The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? For more information, play the first game. Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Oh! Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you have yet to prove anything. Don't test me, dude. Because I got evidence. Mr. Portsman's rebuttal. I love this version of this. I like they increased the tempo because you're getting close. You're getting close to the truth. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, How, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on. With evidence. Evidence is everything. Rebuttal. Mr. Portsman's rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but
Hold it!
my accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me, I'd say it is, after all. There's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit.
Hold it!
Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it? That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? We have an idea on that.
Hold it!
Unfortunately, I believe I have already shown how earlier. Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? Don't raise an objection. I need to gather a bit more information. What's wrong? Don't tell me all you wanted to do was find fault with my flawless logic. Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here.
Hold it!
I don't think so. Oh, and why is that? Because there is a flaw in your reasoning. Are you calling me a liar? Yes. So where's your proof? The saying, evidence is everything, isn't limited to just the courtroom, you know? You need not remind me. I'll show you all the evidence you want in time. Alright. So we have our evidence. This statement right here. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Why?
Hold it!
Oh wait, whoops. I hit the wrong button. I pulled a Deadpool. Hang on, what happens when I raise an objection? Let's get flavor text. You claim to have had no way to open my door. However, is that really the honest truth? Haha! Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. Very well then. I propose that you use this to open my door. And that would be the master key.
Take that!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, use your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key. Maggie Bird,
Take that!
you had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird opened at that time was not your own, was it? Well, what? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her, to fool her into thinking what she wanted? Ah! And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right! They do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think that it was his room? Why, it would be the basketball hoop.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an usually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. Gwa! That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit it in front of my office to be shown. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Conjectures rebuttal. Bro, stop. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. Eh. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. I love this. Conjectures rebuttal. Now you're just spouting nonsense.
Hold it!
Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here. I had the girl open my office door.
Hold it!
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that. That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should just place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you. After that, I was in my room the entire time.
Hold it!
And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I bet Winston Payne's better than this guy. I was doing my usual workout, so... You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Hold it!
I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually.
Objection!
But none of those would stand up on their own.
Objection!
Then what about all the evidence?
Objection!
It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such flimsy evidence. He seems to be trembling a little. One more little push, All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. And we found it. It's over here. So you claim to be in your room the entire time, huh? Here it is. A note left by the victim.
Objection!
That was a lie. It's a lie. What are you talking about? How was that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door. Or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Shall I explain it in full detail for you? Yes. You were busy snooping around my room. The very room you had Miss Bird open for you.
Objection!
That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way! This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you. Your office.
Take that!
Take that. I had your door busted. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? Ha! What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right. I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints would naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all of the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Oh, there's the opening scene again. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return what I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said, when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's also circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. Ah, but you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Wright. Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Get me up here, sir. No. Portsmouth makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. Portsman's alibi. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, also, if I had not won that rebuttal, what would have happened was Portsman said that Edgeworth was trying to pin the murder on him, believing it's a swing and a miss. And Portsman also says that unless there was evidence to disprove his alibi, he'll take Maggie into custody. But it's a good thing I got past that. Now we're gonna pick apart we're gonna hear his supposed alibi. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 a.m. Oh no. You see? All the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. All right. Portsman's alibi may seem perfect at first glance, but I know there's a hole in it somewhere. All I need to do is press him a little and see what comes out of it. Translation: press him on all the subjects here. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct?
Hold it!
You are correct. It was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. It does feel like that. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yup. Right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Hold it!
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Ugh. Impossible! He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there, sir. Please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle. Maggie. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, there goes Maggie. Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn the situation around. Turn it around, you say? If I only had a clue, did I miss something that could help me cast doubt on his alibi? Mr. Portman's alibi. The intruder I met could not have been Portsman. Then who? Then who could it have been? I need to calmly think this through one more time. And with logic. It's logic time. Alright, so. Mr. Portman's alibi. And another handgun. Other than the victim's gun that I found, could there be another gun in play here? The intruder I bet could not have been Portsman. Then who could it have been? We shall deduct this right now. Deduce this. Connect it. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Another visitor. Maybe the victim and his killer weren't the only visitors in my office tonight. And this is it right here. The files in disarray. The culprit rearranged my files twice. Once before and once after the murder. Who? It was the other visitor. Maybe, yep. Alright, supposing there was yet another visitor tonight. That would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were appended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before, and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of two different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great! So you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth! Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, two culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean two? It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice, and how there were two guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird, and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could just go along my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this will be when the files are put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else. Who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. Well, that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because he was supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. Ooh, you sweating? This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left a fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved, however. There was yet another visitor in my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another? Visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. The stolen zero file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shell's getting messed up twice, and the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times. Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
Ha 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 ha! What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth's after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Grr, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. Alright, it's time to put this clown away. Portsman's Alibi, Part 2. This is how you know that you got them on the ropes and you're gonna finish them off. That thief you ran into shouldn't be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jin came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course! Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end... Of course! Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions? I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here, at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. And we will. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say?
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Fave's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the zero files, right? And that's how we also know the letters themselves were a setup, not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Ah! Or maybe the killer just didn't think of that either? Yes, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe. We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. Ah, it's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was trading in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note, hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered, I don't have any. No. You see? So I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
Hold it!
I can't expect you to know, can I? Nope, but I guess you could expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Oh, then let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave, and then stole the master key. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed, and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I had laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. So, the fourth statement right here. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? Ah, that's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know, those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items. A gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. He brought me 2 items. A gun and a pendant. That are related to yesterday's case.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs? There was something in the past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be your satisfaction. This is all matching with what the gumshoe found out. We're going to present...
Hold it!
Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong button. I need to stop doing that. I'm okay. We're going to present the evidence right here. So, 2 items, huh? But according to this note here,
Objection!
only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. The note here says 3 pieces were left. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. Ah, it says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. He, I can't believe, to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe, you don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Do it. What? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. This is all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. A videotape. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. Or the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. Okay. So this is a videotape. Oh. Well, here's the name of it. KG8 Incident. The KG8 Incident? That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once over. It's fine. Edgeworth's got this covered. I mean, this is his game after all. Look, it's a bloodstain. Ah, that's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No! You've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now, you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video? Yeah, it's only suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible, Ah! He ate his own medal. I think he would die of lead poisoning. Whatever that metal was actually made of. Maybe it was made of chocolate. Who knows? But yeah, that was the breakdown. We got him. We got him, everybody. We got him. Ah. Anyway, March 14th, 5:47 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I love this track. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. Maggie Bird, long, long time ago, a century ago, there was somebody else with great deduction skills, and his name was Herlock Sholmes. Although he had a little help from Renosuke, Naruhodo, but he was still damn good at what he did. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. The Edgeworth bow. It was nothing, really, compared to what I've been through. I mean, I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. Both are still bad. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I had thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Maggie, you're just unlucky, yes. Edgeworth is so cool. I can't believe we ever liked that other guy. Already forgotten his name and everything. I know, right? I said I, saved the best for last for a reason. Totally not biased or anything. Now I am going to a trial and find the truth, Mr. Wright. Not so fast. Oh, and by the way, we'll be hearing that a lot. We'll be hearing that a lot in Case 3, by the way. Not so fast! Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security details. Look, Phoenix is cool, but so is Miles Edgeworth. I don't want to say he's better. It's subjective, it's opinion. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. Ain't it the truth? And why would you say that? And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there was a number of suspicious things related to his court case. To his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? It's an objectively true subjective opinion. Yes. And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Suspicious. Oh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. I know, right? Winston Payne's better. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although, we could be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh no, an organization. Oh, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, We still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence. Yeah, we haven't found out what is the significance of this piece of evidence. Stolen Zero Series file.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir? Yes. I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. This card. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief that everyone's talking about. Yes, it is the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood. Mercurial News Special Edition. Yatagarasu haunts embassy. The noble Yatagarasu, vigilante of the business world, reappears. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu reappears. Corporate dealings exposed. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the targets noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatakarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the files, like it was the Yatakarasu? Yatakarasu. Organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. The end. And by the way, just an FYI, for your information, everybody, these cases in this game, they're played in the chronological order. So yeah, Edgeworth, you know, as you were seeing the dialogue, yeah, like he knows about, the Yatagarasu and how this is all going to be playing in. But do not worry, it's not that confusing, everybody. You'll all know, all in due time, on how this entire story transpires. So we're gonna make a save here. And this is going to be the end of my cast today, everybody. And this is good. Nice. An average 4-hour-ish cast I've done. That's how I usually, well, depending on the games I play. So tomorrow, join me for Turnabout Airlines. Yep, Turnabout Airlines. Let's go back. Nice. Oh, gee, I wonder who that silhouette could be. So yeah, that was cool. You're welcome, Sherry. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. It's Pikachu. You're right. Pikachu confirmed for next case. No, but yeah. New items unlocked in the gallery? That's cool. Let's take a looky look. Warning. This gallery section contains spoilers. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I got 16% of the accolades, photo album, the character compendium. Oh, look at that. There's just Edgeworth just chilling in his office with a spot of tea. Very classy, very nice. But yeah, I will heed that because I don't want to look in that gallery because I don't want to get spoiled by something from Prosecutor's Gambit. Like, I've seen some of the characters, but I don't know any of the context of those characters. Because yeah, that'll be for next month. But yeah, this has been nice. I'm glad. I hope you all enjoyed that because that's what this game is all about. You get to see the investigations, and I like all the animations. It feels very hands-on compared to like the first-person perspectives, you know? And then playable Edgeworth is cool. I mean, yeah, Edgeworth, you got to play as him in that one case, Case 5, Trials and Tribulations. That was a cool. Well, this is straight up Edgeworth, and I love it. As a fan of, Miles Edgeworth, I mean, hey, I love it. It's cool. Thank you all, everybody. Now I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target, and I think I found one already. I Let me double check. I want to see who's live, real quick. All right. Okay. Good. Great. All right. They're still doing that. But yeah, everyone, we're gonna go on out to. Hang on. Let me double check. Oh, hang on. Let me refresh my. Hold on. Oh, okay. He's still there. Let me just refresh my. That's odd. Hello? Following list? Okay, there he is. Oh, wait. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I feel silly. Everybody, this is pretty cool. We're going to go on out to Aiden Fox, and he's playing one of my favorite games on the Super NES. One of my favorite licensed games. He's playing X-Men Mutant Apocalypse. That is awesome. And I love that game. I love me some X-Men. And oh, I won't say much. I forgot I mentioned it. I thought X-Men 97 season 2 was okay. I thought season 1 was a little better. I'm not saying it was like outright bad. It was just okay. I just think some things could have been done better. I'm going to be vague about that too because I don't want to be like I don't want to flat out say like what happens in season 2. I just hope the next few seasons they are working on season 3 and 4 of X-Men 97. I hope the next season will be a little better. But anywho, Everybody, we're gonna go on out to Aiden Fox. He's playing X-Men Mutant Apocalypse on the Super NES, and that is so freaking cool. Now, before I head, oh yeah, I forgot my little trivia. So, Jacques Portsman, I know I mentioned before, his name is a corruption of Jock Sportsman, and his Japanese name was Makoto Yuki. Yuki is the same pronunciation as courage. Makoto means honest person. Clearly, he was it. And in French, they called him Jackie Burton. Burton may come from Andre Burton, who was a France racing cyclist and an entrepreneur who found Burton Cycles, a bike manufacturer. And his full name may be a pun on Pierre de Coubertin, Jackie Burton, who was the founder of the modern day Olympics. That explains the medal. And then Buddy Faith. Buddy is indicative of the seemingly friendly relationship between Jacques Portsman and Buddy Faith. The fact that Buddy is also a common dog's name may be a hint to the Faith's submissiveness to Portsman. And Faith indicates that his misplaced devotion and confidence in his investigative partner. Jim, as I mentioned before, is a pun on the word Jim, Jym, following a similar theme in Jock Portsman's name, being a play on Jock Sportsman. And then Jock and Jim could be a reference to the nursery rhyme Jack and Jill. And in Japanese, his name was Shinji Nakamoto, and he was called Rio instead of Jim. His name may come from the phrase Nakama to shinjeteru, meaning I trust him as a friend, or I believe he is a friend. And in French, his name was Jeremy Loyal, and they called him Jamie instead of Jim. Jeremy Loyal could be a play on cher ami loyal, dear loyal friend in France. And Jamie associate with Portsman's French name, Jackie, Jaimy. Jackie is a reference to the novel Bloody Jack. Okay. So yeah, join me tomorrow, everybody, for Turnabout Airlines. Now, before I head on out, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank I Met Chuckman, Vet Coast, Mastery Master, Sherry Boberry, Running Wild Vidya, and Tamario. And to anybody else out there that was lurking in my channel, thank you for lurking in my channel. I thank you all. I appreciate you all. All right, we're gonna head on out. And hold on, let me get music. Yeah, I'm gonna bust out the music. Oh, hold up. Ah, here it is. Control F. There it is. We're gonna go on out to this track. Let me press enter. Raid. Thank you all for watching. And remember to go in peace. And I'll see you all, well, not in court tomorrow, but on an airplane. We're going to be investigating on an airplane. That's going to be fun. I guess. So yeah. And this track is called Case Closed, a brilliant deduction.